Alright, mic is set. I've got a fresh drink. The wax burner is running. I don't have music though. I need to set music on, and I need to apparently resize Scapple. It only defaults to its basic size, but that's easy enough to fix. Oh, yep. There we go. Way cooler than what I have now. Is it just because I have the little Mega Man GIF, or what? You like the text? Like, what parts do you think is cool for my little intro piece? And get VLC running with some music. Actually, why do that? I have the open playlist. That'll work. Nope. Hold on. Played a bunch of that last night. I want to go down. Where to go? There we go. I want to start down here. So I liked this one. No, it's not the one. Good enough. I'll leave it there. I mean, it has a little bit of color flash. Audio isn't hard at all. The audio, all it is I just have an MP3 file, and it's set to have. I have a scene set for starting, and then I just select the audio after I start stream and have it play. When I notice it's done playing, it's time to start the stream. Also gives me a little 4 or 5 minute buffer. I kind of want to make, like, for when I'm doing this. Oh, just being lazy about it? Yeah. I understand. Plus, it also kind of comes down to how much of it you want to do yourself versus how much of it you want to get running. Oh. Okay, there we go. It opens a second one when I open a file? Oh no. I have to rearrange this just a hair. Doesn't quite do what I want it to do. There we go. Assuming I didn't just break that. Yep, okay. So one of the things, come back to that. Let's move down. Yes, that moves down. All right. So I'm gonna go to the bottom corner. Think that'll be a good spot, and I gotta figure out a couple things. I want to do some more general, like, I've laid out my rough plan for the story arc. I've laid out a lot of the core cast, but I kind of want to sit down and do a little more some world building planning. But I don't know where I want it. That's the tricky part. So I'll deal with that in a minute. And unfortunately, for the lazy side, you just gotta kick it yourself sometimes to get through. Or just accept what may or may not happen. All right. I know obviously it's going to be sci-fi. I'm debating if I want future Earth or if I want to do an alternate Earth. Kind of leaning just towards future. For the most part, I can just leave it vague, though. If it's far enough in the future, I don't have to worry about. Eventually get to it, need to set a schedule. Yeah, scheduling's the scheduling's part of the hard part for me right now, is because I've been really bad about sleeping in or having having nightmares that kind of throw off my sleep. So I will have, like today, I didn't get up till 2 or so. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I think alternate Earth and future Earth can be kind of indistinguishable unless I have to call back to certain major things. So I think I can safely aim for future Earth, and then if something becomes too obviously different, then I can set it up for alternate without having it come across as too left field. Although I am glad, backtracking though, I am glad you said you like the logo, because I do like the logo. It took me forever to figure out something I liked that still had some of the feel I wanted to it. But I don't know how much longer I'm going to use the logo, or if the logo is going to get merged into some other stuff. But that part's a talk for another time. Continuously evolving design. So definitely future. Future Earth. I really don't want to say far future, but I also want it far enough. It's one of those, like, am I just going to avoid putting a year mark down entirely, or do I want to try and nail one right away? I think for the moment I'll leave it alone, but because for the most part we're probably not even going to see Earth. But I guess I can do future Earth that has joined the intergalactic community, because I can do a quick blurb there that kind of explains it, because without having to go into heavy detail. But then I have to start pondering. This is one of the things I was stuck on the other night, was like, I've got my core cast kind of set over here. They're all members of the research crew, because the research crew is what the main character is part of at the time, and is where things start off from. So they're kind of going to be the immediate people we interact with for most of the book, if not the entire book. But one of the things that I got to pondering when I'm sitting here working out the idea of this research crew is, are they all human, or do I bring in some alien races? Because I definitely want aliens to like be a known quantity. It's not like they're still trying to figure out, are we alone? No. They know we're not alone at this point. We've done some stuff. We've met a couple different races. I would like to think we're probably mostly friendly with several, but on the other hand, this is humanity. We're a little standoffish on good days. But kind of like, but then I have to sit and I have to ponder, what kind of races would I want? And I've always been a bit of two minds on that, and that I never liked, I think other races would be nice, assuming intergalactic. Yeah. Like, I like the idea, I guess the easy way to put it is like Star Trek. Most of the races, if not all the races, are pretty much humanoid. In fact, there was a very low budget era of both the original series and early Next Generation, where it kind of became a running gag of what random bit are they gluing onto a human's face to make them look like an alien this week. So I definitely want some things that are a little different. And I know from one of the things that I'm planning, I kind of like the idea. I like the idea that like some of the fantasy races are actually aliens. So races that we might have like turtle people or like some dwarven people or other. I don't know if I want to do flat out do space elves, although I do think space elves are incredibly cool. +1 for bird people. Could do bird people. Could do some kind of partially because I play one in Guild Wars 2, I have grown to be a very big fan of living sentient plants as a race. Like, several of the main cast are going to be human. I know that because that's part of the core plan that I've had from day one. Like, Lucy and Robin, definitely human. But I like the idea of certain others, having maybe not a ton of variety on the ship, but at least some variety. And then would make sense to have some of the others in either flashback scenes or references. Just try and anyway. I'll spitball some of these for now. So, like, I kind of like the idea, like I said, of like a reptilian or like a turtle race. I'm gonna put a lot of question marks in these for now. Also, is like because I have the spot on stream when I'm doing either writing stuff or more like 4x3 letterbox games. Is the stream readable? I can never quite decide if my stream overlay side if chat's readable or if it's a little too blurry. Although I don't know what I can do about the blurriness. It's one of those back of the head things because I almost never use it. But yoink, yoink, yoink. Readable even on the phone. Okay. Can't be that horrible then. Like I said, I love the idea of some kind of plant race. Never been much of a fan of goblins, and goblins also kind of come across as they tend to be more antagonistic, like traditionally. I'm just gonna lean into it. I reserve the right to change my mind if I want to later. No idea what I'm going to call these species, though. Although I've already got one idea in my head, and that is that the dwarven race is also I'm thinking to expand that one a bit. Probably have to expand all of them as I get there. I like the turtles. I'm gonna keep turtles. Yeah, like for the dwarven race, I like the idea that like they're kind of similar to the Borg from Star Trek, except not evil and assholes. Like they started off way back as biomechanical, and now they're more mechanical than biomechanical at this point. So I'll definitely be part of that. We'll have general humans. What else sounds interesting? Could have some good fun. Actually, the more I think on it, let's go ahead and do. Yeah. Oh, whoa, nope, no. Don't go there. I'm gonna do a serpent. Serpentine Naga style race. And because partly it's stuck in my head, and they'll kind of make a good excuse to be like the pirates can also kind of be like goblin hordes. Gives a good smattering of races. Let's see, anything. Anything else? Kind of like a underwater or fish people seem a little too crazy. I have to wonder. Like, surely they're like, if there's going to be intelligent life in all sorts of corners of the universe, it kind of makes sense that there's some kind of aquatic race somewhere. Wonder what else. what else would make an interesting flavor to bring along? If I want to do I don't want to go too crazy with variety, but I definitely do want some. I feel I can do a few more. Let's scoot that over there. Some kind of fishy aquatic race. Do like the idea of that. Maybe would like I don't want to just leave it at mammal, but like rodent. Would that come across too similar to goblins? It's one of those trying to think about what kind of species would have a decent shot of, becoming dominant over time. Yeah, I'll put that in down. I'll put that down. I'll see if anything interesting comes to mind. Crabs come to mind? That might work for... Because, yeah, part of the trick is, like, I have turtles. I have, like, a turtle species already. So that might be a little similar. But it would make a good aquatic. But this has been like one of the things that I definitely wanted from the beginning, but I was trying to figure out how far I want to go with it is like a lot of what we considered like fantasy races or myth creatures were actually aliens and we just didn't know it. Oh, I know what could work instead of... I just have this weird feeling that like goblins and rodent are a bit too similar, but I might fiddle with that. But oh no, it ran away. It ran out of my head. No, come back. Shoot. This is actually bothering me now. I had another good one pop into my head and it ran away. It's something that would be fun and interesting. I was specifically trying to think of like, I was thinking of D&D and similar races, and that's what jumped to my head. Oh no, what was it? This is actively bothering me now. Minotaurs. Minotaurs. That's where I was going with. That's the like some kind of Minotaur people. That was the one that popped in my head. That's what it was. Hold on. I gotta get that down. Dragonborns would be neat. Spoiler / slight overlap would probably be a reason why I wouldn't do that just yet. There is a specific reason I'm avoiding like demon and dragon styles on purpose, because that will come up. Oh yeah, there's the one I really liked. ABXY. I really gonna have to remember that because this is one of my favorite ones. Pieces of music so far from playing through this music list. All right. I think it gives a good smattering of universe types. The question kind of becomes what kind of details do I use for some of them? Just to partially to fill it in, and partially just because I think it might be. I don't know if I'm going to do it. If I'll do anything with it, but I'll put down the crabs. I'll put down the crabs as something of an idea. Partially because I thought on it for a bit, and it's like, it could be a thing that like the turtles and the crabs have they're not the best of allies. They've had issues in the past. They're mostly they're not exactly friendly at this point, but they're at least tolerant of each other. The other part of Dragonborns is we're doing that whole KO and I are doing that whole light novel series with dragons, so it would be kind of feel a little redundancy to me to drag that in there. Mm. I don't want that to shoot straight down. Scooch. Scooch, darn you. Humans. There we go. Don't want to try and get hung up on. Whoop. The heck was that? Knocked some tiny chunk of something off my desk. Oh well. Not gonna try and go crazy with like trying to figure out species names or other bits yet, but try and float some details. I definitely know what I want to do with the dwarves. Like in the end, a lot of these races are still going to be humanoid-ish, but they're going to be a little more involved than, you know, pink people with bone ridges on their nose or 5 ears or whatever. You know, I'm gonna bring some little more differences in than that. Shorter race of humanoids. Responsible for proliferation of many technologies. Many of them have. I'm thinking of the right word when I want to say eschewed. I need a dictionary tab. I've entirely... Am I not thinking of this? Did I mean seaweed? No. Am I making up words? Or am I just not? I'm not spelling this right somehow. Is it SCUD? No. Wow, I just realized what I was doing wrong. My brain skewed. Seymour. Skewed. Isn't there like a skewed? ES or AS? AS, a skew. It's a skew. There we go. Me English good. I'm gonna have to scoot the dwarf over. I knew this one's gonna take stop that. Gonna take more and more space as I kinda figure out parts of the races, definitely. On both if are a new race entirely, or I like that. That can be interesting. Plus, that gives me some excuses for everything from steampunkish style to full sleek future tech. Hashtag dwarves did it. Definitely going to have If I don't want to, I do not have to actually name any of them. Most of them can. Anyway, brain shooting off on tangents. Don't know why I have that capitalized. But among the others, they're scholarly and analytical minds have proven value. I'll leave that over there. Yeah, I can't spell proven? Or it's just a broken word? Okay, nope, it's fine now. All right. Da, 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 da. Let's see. It's like you can kind of see some of my literal thought process here of me bouncing all around the place. Do 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 do. Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum bum. Make sure I'm thinking about this right. I guess that just makes sense to leave that one there for now. What else would be good? Do yeah, I don't know what I want to do with them yet. I'll leave that be. I feel like I've dragged. I don't know. Maybe I've dragged too many ideas into this. I feel like I can make it work, though. It's not the doubt of can't make it work. It's the combination of how to make it work while keeping it unique, while acknowledging that I'm taking several ideas that are somewhat derivative. You know, how to mold it into something of its own design. And yes, I did just sit here and basically write an entire justification to get away with a snake oil salesman joke at some point. I don't entirely know what I want to do with the avians. I do like the idea of bird people, but one, I have to figure out, do they fly or have they lost the ability of flight? Because if they can fly, it has to be because, I'm not going to say they just get to fly. It's going to be like they're going to be extremely fragile because they're going to be very light, have hollow bones, all that kind of stuff, in order to make it remotely feasible. But I also don't know. I don't know if I want that. I'm gonna leave them alone for just a little bit. do 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 do. To do. I know what I want the turtles, so let's scoot. Get over here. Scoot some things around for room here. Do 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 do. I want. Oop, lost my arrow. There we go. Definitely know what I want out of the turtles. I want them to be. I want them to be the kind elders. So I'm going to definitely say. I gotta scoot that. Ah. This needs to be wider. Give myself some more room. There we go. There we go. Definitely what I know what I want out of the turtles, so I got that down. I don't know. Let's do. Come back here. Hmm. Ponder, 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 ponder. Let's see. Extremely variant. Mm-hmm. know I'm screwing that one up. There we go. On adaptations and I need I cannot. To I'm gonna take a short little 5-minute step away, bathroom and drink break. I'll be right back. to next? That's gonna need some room. That's gonna need some room. Probably get away with that over there. There. I think I've got spaces sorted out. Alright, so ones I still need to come up with some stuff for here is avians, aquatic plant. Hmm. Don't know where I want to go next. It's the tricky part. Um, oh, I didn't want that bolded. Delete. Now, why is that not? All right, fine. Shh. I can fix this. Let's see. How do I put that? There we go. All right, that ended up a little goofier than I was thinking. Let's. You know what? Cut. Yum. There we go. Put humans in the center of it all because I said so. Ah! Species that evolved entirely underwater. So while I'm thinking about it, now really like water on the home world. Either a breathing device or some sort of containment suit. How are you doing this evening? Hopefully having a good time. Getting tired but not feeling like going to bed. I get it. I tend to be a pretty strong night owl, so I've probably got another 6 hours or so in me at this point. How am I? I'm mostly all right. A little tired. Had some rough dreams last night, but sitting here pecking away as planned on putting my world design for a novel together. What brings you by the stream? Just looking through the writer's tag. Well, good to know it's doing its job. I always worry about what kind of tags to go. Oh, I'd like to think you like to find writing streams. I'd like to think you find quite a few extra of them this month with being Camp Nano. I imagine in November especially, you probably find lots of extras, huh? Yeah, that's actually Camp Nano is actually why I'm doing this. Like I say I have in my stream title, I'm doing this as a two-prong idea, where I've had this rough idea for a story in my head for a couple years now, but I've never sat down and worked out the details. So what I told myself is that I would set up for Camp Nano and knock out a lot of the details, the world building, general outline, and plan for the book. And then in November, I'll sit down and actually attempt to flesh it out and make it the novel. So that's why there's often some quiet time or dead spots when I'm doing this. Is I'll be sitting here thinking or try to figure out where I want something to pull from, because right now it's not necessarily about the writing, it's about hitting on the ideas I want to include. Like this whole piece on stream right now is like I have 3 corners on my sheet right now. Where's my zoom? That zooms way far though. There we go. I've got 3 corners in my paper right now. This set of nodes in the upper corner is the outline of the book. This corner down in the bottom right is main characters and crew of the research expedition that starts the story. And then this much larger, apparently, blob of text on the bottom left is what I've been building tonight, which is when I was putting together the crew and personalities for the research vessel, I was like, I kind of don't want them all to be human. I don't know if I want all of them to be alien either, but I want it to be at a point where humanity has discovered other species and interacts with them fairly regularly. So that's why I sat down and started pondering what kind of races I wanted in the world and what I would do. Finished a YouTube video I've been working on for a while. Oh, what kind of YouTube video? Like, what's the topic? Ah, it's your own world building part. See, world building is actually kind of one of the reasons I really want to sit down and do this. Is I love to theory craft, world build, put stories together, but then I never sit down and try and make it a full cohesive piece. So that's why, like, this part for me, this is just relaxing. This is fun. This is chill. It's going to be the novel that's going to be in November that's going to be the stressful part, because it's going to be the, oh god, I actually have to commit to all this now. Natural curiosity, enthusiasm, science through in any situation. What else? Oh no, forgetting to write it down can like, I have a lot of my own stuff in my head, yeah, but I generally have to make a note of it at some point, or else I know I'm just going to lose it. And then I get sad because it'll be like, oh, I had this great idea and I can't remember it at all. I feel like I want something else for the aquatic race and some other little detail, but nothing jumps out at me at this second, so I'll leave that there. And I know last one I really want to work on, because I think I've got the others. Yeah, I've got all the others, at least got some basics down on them now. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Orion Stream. So what was the what? Oh, let's see. The race I wrote about. I missed the piece. Race you wrote about in the video was a race of cat people. Ah. More anthropomorphic cat, or more people with cat pieces, or somewhere in the middle, or just cats that talk. I guess that actually has. You don't really see anyone do that. You know, just flat out. Yes, it's a cat. It talks. Love creating. To me, cultures is one of the trickiest parts, because it's really easy to either one, feel like you're making it really oversimplified, or if you get really into it, it's one of those, like, you find a good hook to really pull in, then you end up all the way like, I've written 600 pages and I don't even know what I'm doing with it yet. Alice in Wonderland for Talking Cat. Well, I mean, Cheshire Cat isn't. I mean, it kind of depends what version of Alice you're thinking of, because, like, some versions of Alice in Wonderland, the whole point is that it's a delusion, like none of it's real. Other times it is, a fantasy magical mutated cat. It's still not really just like a cat. I don't think I've ever really seen a take of the Cheshire Cat that's like just a cat. It's always got some strange property to it. Although that does remind me, there was a webtoon I saw the other day that had just started up that has like this really, I won't say grimdark, but like dystopian take on Alice in Wonderland. I'm really kind of curious about it. I haven't sat down to read it yet, but like it sounds like an interesting take. Rick and Morty also had a talking cat. I have not seen Rick and Morty after like the first couple episodes. So I don't know. I have not seen pretty much any of that. Has some dark background that's never explained. End up going for memory wiping? I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. I think that's very much a personal kind of choice when it comes up in stories. But I personally tend to be a pretty big believer in that the horrible, the trauma, the pain is one of the things that balances with the positive and the good that builds into who we are. So just saying it never trying to make a way to say it never happened just feels cheesy. No, not cheesy, cheaty, you know. Just a personal thought. Well, I'm also sitting there thinking about, like, if you're doing anthro cat people, do they have hands or do they have paws? Because if they have paws, you have to figure out all the different changes that would mean. And if they have hands, you have to explain why they have hands. See, this is the kind of crap my brain starts running around in. I don't know, like Rick and Morty is one of those things where like I love the idea of the show, but I don't like that it often goes really violent and really dark because they think they're being funny about it. It's like, no. Like I do know, like I think in season 3 like there's an actual like story arc that kind of deals with like Rick's pushed everyone away at this point because because of how horrible he is and he knows it. But I don't think they ever even, I don't know if they completely like actually deal with it legit or if they just end up hand waving it away. But I do know it does come up at some point. Anyway, plant people. Plant people. Plant people. What's the word I'm thinking of? Is it hyperoxygenated? Like I know there's a whole thing of like plants and animals, especially insects, like will grow super big in worlds that have a higher oxygen level. Let me see if I'm thinking of this right. That's what I'm thinking of. Yes, higher oxygen often leads to more oxygen. I was thinking correct about that. Never hand wave, brought up all the time and develops more. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I guess one of the ways to put it is you see a lot of the people that like claim to be like giant Rick and Morty fans, and I have a friend that like has said several times of other things. I would be a fan of something, but the fan base pushed me away. And I know it's very much the more vocal in some of them, but like there's some, yeah, 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 yeah. You know where I'm going with that. Like Rick and Morty has a large chunk of the fan base that's just, oh boy. Which is kind of ironic given that, like you said, one of the focuses of the show, if you're looking at it truly objectively from the long term, is how much having a toxic personality is going to screw you over. Anywho. Do. Yes, very much. Like, a good chunk of the underlying point of the show is don't be like me. And then people see, oh, but he's the genius and he succeeds and he always gets what he wants in the end. So, perfect role model. It's like, no. It's like the people that get, it's like the handful of people that non-ironically say Goku is a great father figure. It's like, no, he's not. Over time. Okay, to be fair, while I do consider Piccolo a better father figure than Goku, considering what Piccolo put Gohan through in the opening pieces of the Z storyline, still not great. I do legit give Vegeta's character the long-term turnaround, though. He still has his dick moments, but true. But that is also kind of the point of that's also kind of the point where he starts to, by the end of the training Gohan piece, is one of the pieces where he finally starts to take that attitude with Gohan. I just wonder what they're going to do with Dragon Ball when Toriyama passes away, because at this point, I don't think the companies that own it want to ever let it die. So it's like, are we just going to let the assistants take over at that point? It's tried. It's tried 3 different times. Actually, 4. And every time it eventually just comes back. Cause like originally Toriyama wanted to end it with the Cell Saga. That's one of the reasons it wraps a lot of stuff up. Is like he'd said for years that's where he wanted to end it. And that's one of the reasons why, and that's one of the reasons why you have the giant, handoff from Goku to Gohan is so that that would be done and would be the handoff and it'd be the end. And the publisher literally, like, he turned in the end of the Cell Saga. The publisher said, "Okay, what's the next chapter?" And he said, he didn't want to continue, but they pressured him to keep going. And then that led to the Buu Saga. And then he said, "Look, I'm doing this, and I am done. I'm out. It's the end of the series." I don't count GT because GT was not created by Toriyama. He had some involvement. He helped with some character designs and a few ideas, but outside that, he did not touch it. So no, GT doesn't exist, but it does count as an attempt to bring the series back or to continue it. So I still can consider that the third stopping point. And now we have Super, which has gone for a while, stopped for a few months, maybe a year, and now it's picked back up again because again it was way too popular, and they just don't want him to ever stop making Dragon Ball. See, I'm not a naysayer. Like, GT isn't bad, but you have to recognize it for what it is, which is professional fan fiction. Anyway, and I derped that. Carnivorous. I still didn't get it right. What did I do? Oh, okay. Carnivorous. Able to subsist. Single parent plants. That word. The idea of the dwarves kind of discovering that. Hello there, V. How are you this evening? Doing all right. How about me? I'm doing okay. I'm sitting here trying to put my thoughts together and create an interesting fantasy space world. Space world? Space universe? Really is more of a universe. Just spread these out a little better. Oh, no. Not inside. There we go. Better. I butchered that. And there we go. We have a... How many did I even end up with here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? Hold on. 1, 2. Yep, 12. 12 species to show to throw around. Throw around the galaxy. Everyone's going to be floating around with that gravity? What gravity? Artificial gravity? Not enough gravity? Anti-gravity? Wouldn't anti-gravity mean that it's floating? If you're in anti-gravity, would you be floating? This is heavy. Alright, so while I've been doing this, I have thought there are a couple... Had the perfect chance to write space instead of gravity. Oops. I mean, I didn't intend for it to... Like, okay, this... Like I said earlier tonight, let me zoom out a bit here. Like, I've got 3 main chunks in my note file right now. Like, up here in the corner, this is the rough outline flow of the story, of the actual story. Down here is the crew and their short biographies. What app am I using? I'm using a program called Scapple. Scapple. It lets you basically kind of make bubble notes, and I discovered that this program was a thing a few months ago, and I kind of fell in love with it because this kind of crap is how I've been taking my notes since high school, which annoyed anyone who ever wanted to borrow my notes, because I'll sit there and I'll just start connecting all my thoughts together in all sorts of weird tangents. Or a math class where I'll have like example tied to example, and you know, like, it makes sense to me, but it doesn't make sense to a lot of other people. Wish we had it in Microsoft Store. I mean, it's a standalone product, so you can get it on if you're on Windows. Because it's just hold on, I can dig up a link. Yeah, it's on Mac and it's on Windows. That's like, it's not on the Microsoft Store, like the built-in Windows Store, but that's the link to the actual program. I'm using the 30-day free trial right now because I wanted to see how it flows while I'm doing this during camp. And then I'll probably pick it up after camp's over or towards the end of camp. because one of the things for camp is you can get a coupon that's discounts their software. What's the camp about? It's there's a event, kind of set up that's called NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writing Month. It's done in November, and the whole idea is just if you have a novel and you've ever wanted to work on it, here's your excuse. And it's a site that lets you track your goals, set goals, track progress. Let's try that again. Um, and just other things to encourage you to help. Put your dream of writing a book together. And then twice a year in like April, it's either April or March, and then again in July, they do 2 smaller events like what's going on right now called Camp Nano, which is smaller and more freeform, and you can kind of set your goal to be almost whatever you want, and you go in and you can help participate. And like in my case, I'm using the smaller, easier camp period to put all my ideas down on paper and build what I want to build out for the story. And then in November, I'll actually sit down and work on the novels, on putting all the ideas into novel form. My goal is 5,000 words for the entire month of July. And the way that I track it, because I'm not doing standard writing, I'm not tracking based on words, I'm tracking based on my time put in. So like if I'm here streaming working on it for 4 hours, then I get to count that as 240 words towards my goal. I'm going to do that 5 days a week. Only nights I won't be doing this is Friday night and Sunday nights. And that should put me at a little over 5,000 words for the month. Thank you. I mean, I mostly fit like the whole Nano and Camp Nano stuff. That's all its own thing. Like that's been a running thing for years. Like if you Google NaNoWriMo, it's NaNoWriMo. It'll come up, and they can talk to you about it there. But one of the things is that if you meet your goals, you can get some rewards, and some of those rewards are coupons for software like Scapple and other software to help you in your goals of putting novels together that you want to work on and that you hope other people would be interested in reading. Okay. Now, anyway, one of the things I decided, I was right. Oh, Lord, where'd I end up? There we go. Okay. So one of the things I decided, engineer is totally going to be a dwarven girl. I want the captain and first officers to be turtles. Well, it's not a world. It's a world, and that's a unique setting, but it's a whole universe. Like, the whole thing is a sci-fi story to begin with. And how tall is? I'm not going to make them. I'm not going to make them like super short, and it also depends on how much. Like here, I'll show. Like over here, my blurb about dwarves is that in my mind, because like I went with the idea of dwarves of taking like fantasy races and being like, okay, but they were real, but they're the aliens. So like dwarves are probably, I would say probably 4 foot on average, 4.5. But a lot of them, the reason why they're specifically labeled as either mechanical or dwarven is that many of them are kind of like the Borg from Star Trek, in that over the years and years that they've kind of become the technology masters, is that more and more of them have replaced more and more of their biological parts with mechanical parts, all the way up to almost being entirely digital consciousness. Uh, and like I say on the blurb there's kind of a bit of a debate on whether or not that counts as a new race or an evolution. Uh, but but part of it is if they are more mechanical or pure mechanical bodies, then the height's whatever they wanted it to be at the time, and arguably adjustable. But like the more biologic biological dwarves that you might encounter, probably around 4.5 foot. Anyway, scoot back to the other side. All right, so definitely, I wanted to make the captain and the first officer turtles. Some of the names are definitely going to change for species and other stuff, but like a lot of them, I'm also going to leave alone because I just like the idea of being able to say space elves, space dwarves, but I don't want them to just. I don't like I don't, somehow turtles doesn't quite sound right. So that will probably change with a different name later, but I don't know what yet. Because right now a lot of it's more placeholder stuff. It's stuff I want to get. I want to get the thoughts down on paper and start figuring out where I'm spinning some of this off to. So, but like, Robin is very much human, as is Lucy. Still need doctor's assistants. Oh, yes, no, the chef. The chefs are going to be minotaurs. Perfect. Ah, Alphonsus? I'm not sure what that term's for. Are you saying that's a suggestion to call the turtles? Or something else? first thing that came to mind when I said Minotaur. I mean, could have been worse. Could have been Country Road, take me home. As far as I'm going with that. Yes, totally like the idea of making the Minotaurs the big chef twins Minotaurs. That'll be great. That's perfect in the dumbest way, and that is the best kind of fun. I want to make the Doctor an elf. Assistant can be a fish. Yeah, it's one of those I could sit here and ponder on names for hours, and I don't want to, but if I do, it's going to stop my train of thought. So it's one of those, like I said earlier, I'd rather get as much down on paper while the ideas are spinning, and then start to narrow down, buckle down ideas. Like, I had the idea of this story in my head for like a year before I had names for the main characters. It just, and then just one day I'd spin, boop, aha! Alright, so turtle, elven, fishman, minotaur, dwarven. I still gotta figure out the other. I want to make the professor an elf. I think. Oh god, okay, what is this one? This song is peppy. Do 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 do. Names are hard. I normally have to find like a theme, and then I'll just like start digging through baby name registries and things like that to figure out like what I want to chase. Alright, so I need get back here. Need some researchers. I kind of want to make the professor an elf, but a more chill elf than most of them. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Trying to see what else sounds good. Where do humans originally? It's a future Earth, so it's literally just standard Earth humans. They don't have magic. There's nothing else like that. Just bog standard human. That's also why I just flat out have the simplest explanation of anything on this page. Because it just says, I don't have to explain them. They're us, just out in space. A bit smarter and a little more understanding now that they've had to deal with other cultures. Because the whole thing is like this, the group of characters that I'm actually building for here is a research crew. And they're out near the edge of known space, if not pushing into it. and they discover this ancient, abandoned biomechanical ship, this fusion of biology and technology. And so they're left with this giant mystery of who did this belong to? Where are they? And can we get this ship back into more stable space so that it can be properly studied and learned from and understood? I'll do you one better. Win! Was it why? I watched that. I watched Infinity War once in theaters. I do not remember the line perfectly. I can admit to that, but it definitely made me laugh my ass off at the time. Uh, so botanist clearly going to be. I'm gonna jury rig some of this. Botanist will be a plant species. Don't know what else yet. Ooh, actually, I like that idea. Let's do. Oh god, screen, where to go? I'm gonna do the crab. Geologist can be a crab. Green Goblin name? No. The Green Goblin is Green Goblin. Are there people with massive tails? Well, that depends. Because I've got a race of Nagas, serpentine people, and a collective of like rodents. I haven't really decided. Like I imagine it's going to be like several different rodent species. That's why it doesn't just say like mouse or rat or hamster. Quick question. What are the current genres of the story? I mean, as it says there in my description up top, or well, underneath the thing, it's a sci-fi novel. The whole thing is in space. It deals with the mystery of the bioship, where it came from, the effects it's having on some of the crew. But the core, one of the core pieces of the story is also that some of the characters are LGBT. So those are the two core pieces to me. It's got some fantasy elements mixed in, like the fact that all the aliens are really just all the aliens are just kind of fantasy races, because one, I think that's really kind of neat, and two, I don't have to sit there and think all these different super complex species and races if I can just take something that kind of already exists, modify it to make sense in the universe I'm putting together, and do something interesting with it. Is there going to be romance? There is going to be romance. It's not going to be... I'm trying to figure out how to put it. Like, I want the book to be mature in that it's going to deal with some kind of heavy topics, but I also want it to... Like, if I was sitting down and trying to categorize this, I would say overall, I'm kind of aiming for young adult, or general sci-fi novel. I'm not gonna like. There's gonna be romance, but it's not gonna be like full-on super descriptive sex scene. But there might be mention of, there's gonna be mention of romantic feelings, attraction, couple characters will go on dates, things like that. Will they, won't they kiss, all that kind of stuff. But nothing's going to be graphic, I guess is the easiest way to put it. No graphic romance, but romance. And if anything more serious does occur, it'll probably be more alluded to or talked around than actually sat there and described. Just because, frankly, that's not quite the kind of book I'm trying to make. And because I want to be able to write it on Twitch in November without getting my ass kicked off of it. Kind of some of the goals. Because the whole reason I'm on Twitch is to hold myself accountable. I can't sit there and lie about, did I work on the book? Did I do this? If I literally don't have a video record of me doing or not doing it. Like, yeah, I wrote for 4 hours today. Oh yeah, I didn't see a stream. Oh shit. People figure that out real fast. And would be kind of deserved for being called out. Do I want to do another dwarf? Kind of do. Yeah, I do. Okay. Because at some point, I'm going to have the special tech specialist researcher and the engineer get into it for stay the heck out of my stuff. Oh, I'm getting a little warm. I need to kick my fan on. Actually, let's do this. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Nice thing about having pretty much everything of mine in one room, only takes a minute to resituate myself. And now I got my fan on and it's not blowing into the mic, so good. Alright, so that gives me some races and gives me some plans for the crew. I think that'll work. Now, guess the next things. Writing streams be me waiting like 20 minutes to write 2 paragraphs, delete it, wait another 20 minutes to hear it. I mean, I've had stretches of like 10, 15, 20 minutes where I'll sit here and be like, what do I want? What needs to fill this gap? And then something will click, or if I'm talking to someone and that's in chat and figuring out what I'm doing. But at the same time, the whole time I'm doing that, I'm still sitting here pondering the story. So I'm still write. I'm still air quotes writing, even if I'm not writing down. I won't be able to use that excuse very much in November. I know that, but I can. But that is what's happening now. So I'm not making things up. I mean, I'm making things up and then I'm writing a story, but never mind. All right. So kind of the next thing. I've got species. I guess the next thing to write scenes in your head than actually write it. Oh. I mean, eventually it has to get put down on something, or no one else gets to see it. Don't get me wrong. I will sit. I have created so many worlds and stories in my head, but at some point, you want to be able to talk about it, share it, see if other people get excited by it, rather than just sit there. Think how boring the world would be if Sherlock Holmes had never been written down and just stayed in the author's head, or Tolkien. Huh? All right. I'm trying to decide what kind of area to focus on next. I could try and describe some of the worlds a little more, like the worlds that all the races belong to, but that kind of seems a little moot since I'm not really going to spend any time on the planets or other than a passing mention right now. I think maybe planning out some of the groups. Like, I know I'm going to have scavengers / pirates. I know I'm going to have the group that's the research crew, and they're basically out on a university study, essentially. I don't know how I want to handle the fact that all these races intermingle. I don't really want... It's in this weird spot of I don't really want to do, the Federation of Races where they all just agree to behave. But I also don't want... Okay, come on. That's actually... Up until the last little bit, they're actually doing it really well. And that's the thing, like, in my mind at least, describing that someone's topless or naked, there's a very big difference between describing it shortly, mentioning it, and moving on, than focusing on it because you're going to sit there and give me $80 million, you donut. Are you implying donut's a bad thing? You don't want to be a donut? You could have strawberry frosting. Hey, here's one. What do you call a donut that doesn't want to get up? Need to write a scene where the main character is nude, but I don't just want to say, well, shit, they were nude. My bad. Oops. There's this extremely short-lived localized depressurization, and it just ripped my clothes off and threw it to the side of my body, and now here I am, and hi. I'm gonna go hide now. I mean, if you can't have some fun with the quirks you're going to give your characters or the story, then you're just not going to have fun. You need to be able to have fun with what you're writing. It's kind of why I'll openly say, like, I worry a little bit about those that write murder mysteries, because while some of them can have fun and interesting characters, a lot of them are kind of really dour, and it always makes me worry about them. It's like, are you okay? Do you need a hug when you're writing? Oh. Okay, but were they naked in the murder scene? Alright, so let's scoot off to the other corner now. Why not? That's the question. Of course they were. See? I've got you figured out already. You just want dead naked people everywhere. Oh no. I'm scared. Granted, I say that, but one of my old characters I haven't used in forever is an industrial espionage slash spy, and yeah, she'd do quite a bit of murdering during sexy times because it's an easy way to get people alone. Okay, let's do. Kind of want to work out like not necessarily like ideologies, but different groups. So like the research vessel. I don't know. It's like I'm trying to figure out where I want the. Like I said, I don't really want like the Federation of Planets or anything where it's like everyone just behaves. I want there to be some strife and animosity in groups, but I don't know what to. I don't know what to push for it. The other part of it is if everyone's kind of doing their own thing. I mean, that doesn't mean that like multicultural education or other stuff can't work or can't be a thing. Well, some races can, some can't. I have some that like have groups that are easily able to be tend to be a little aggressive. Like the goblins, like they're just assholes. So like they're if something's being done and it's illegal, they're probably involved in some fashion. Uh, the rodents, like their idea is they kind of get like they're kind of everywhere. Like they're not really good, they're not really evil, but because there's a lot of them and they can adapt and they'll work in almost any environment, they kind of get hired to fill in slots and stuff like that. You know, when you need bodies on the floor, you get the rodents. Uh, Aside from that, like the Nagas can be a little assholey, but they're mostly entrepreneurial. And yes, that's because I want a snake oil salesman joke at some point. Um, like the other one of the other big ones is the crabs. Like I have written them on purpose to be kind of to be a bit assholey. I have like right here at the bottom. I have like the crabs and the turtles were in a war for centuries. Kitterin, hello Kitterin, Kitty Rin, Kitterin. I don't know. My brain wants to run it together in one word. But yeah, I have like crabs and turtles end up they were in war for pretty much a off and on hot and cold war for years, generations and generations, and now they've finally agreed. They've agreed to not murder each other openly, but they've also never agreed to peace. So the crabs are still pretty aggressive, but they don't actively blow you out of the sky most of the time. Because as I note in their description, since a lot of their race has been historically violent, uh, there's a good chunk of them that have gotten into piracy or scavenging or other military style careers that they can still get away with beating the shit out of someone. And that's also why I say there hasn't officially been peace, because because the crabs have agreed to unilateral not murdering you, but they haven't agreed to not thinking about it or planning for it. So like one of the things is that there's going to be this large group of pirates that come in after the ship at some point, and that group's probably going to be like crab, naga, goblin, and rodent, like a good chunk of that. Ah, but if the serial killer is out of milk, do they stop killing, or do they uh, do they just go in dry? That came out way different than it sounded in my head. Oh. All right, well, I've killed my soda, so I'm gonna go top it off. I'll be back in like 90 seconds. Okay, back. Beverage refilled. Have you already finished killing cereals? Alright. So, do they even still do commercials with Tony the Tiger? Or is he just kind of on the box? Don't do commercials? Okay, when you say Orlesian accent, are you talking New Orleans? New Orleans? Are you going for more French Orlesian? Oh, this sounds good. What's this one? All right. So I think what makes the most sense is that at this point the individual planets are kind of like countries today. They cooperate in some respects, don't cooperate in others, but in general you can travel between them. There's probably neutral areas, space stations or other hubs that work. Heavy heavy French accent. That was so bad. I'm sorry. If you're asking me, then no, I have never, do not currently, never have used any username with Grinch in the title. In fact, I can proudly say I've had this username on screen for 20 years almost everywhere online. Oh, movie Grinch. Okay, now, but are you talking animated Grinch or are you talking Jim Carrey Grinch? Because there was CG animated Grinch, live action Jim Carrey Grinch, and then actual original animation Grinch from like the 50s. Da da da. The Grinch. Could hang myself with all the bad neckties. I think I still have that on DVD somewhere because that was like the first DVD I had was the live action Grinch movie. Part of me still kind of wishes that they'd managed to get Robin Williams for the role, but I still think Carrie did a great job with it. Although that does remind me, because live action Jim Carrey stuff and my brain's already off on a tangent, that reminds me I never have watched the Sonic movie, and I heard it was actually fun. I need to fix that sometime. Anyway, do 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 do. So, shoot, do I have the new note that I started to place down? Yes, okay. So, be like, no centralized. I know I'm not spelling that right. Centralized Unified Galactic Government. Have most planets rule themselves or are part of specific species territory. Sonic movie was really good. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Blue is I've heard some good things, surprisingly good things about it, but I've never actually sat down to watch it. I know, like I saw a while back that it's free on Amazon Prime now, so I'll probably sit down and watch it. But the convince myself to sit down and actually do the watching part is the part I don't remember to do. Okay, I'm probably going to get this screwy, but I want to read that as Carolverse? Or is that supposed to be like Carolverse? But hello! It is Carolverse. Okay. One of the things I Hello, you rated. So you did! It didn't even show up. Ah! Rated with a party of 2. Thank you. Thank you for the little raid. What were you working on today? Or what were you streaming? I guess were you streaming a game? Or were you writing? Or what? Ah. Fellow small group writer. Doing a project for Nano, I assume? Or just write it? Yep. Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm up to. My how I've explained it is this is a 2-pronged design plan. For my camp Nano, I'm adding up all my time streaming as I do design work, and I'm doing world building and character building and all that kind of stuff for a novel that I want to do. And then in November for actual Nano, I will compile all that data and actually start writing the book. I think that's a good goal. Lets me build off each other without making it too crazy along the way. Because part of it is, like I explained earlier tonight, I build lots of worlds, and I'll have an idea and I'll build some of the characters and I'll build some of the other pieces on it. And hold on, like I can bounce around my note here. I got this. This is my flow chart for the basic events of the book up to a point, probably about the back third or back quarters where this kind of runs out. And this chain of events has been in my head for like 2 years, but all the details haven't been laid out. So like the first thing I did is I was like, okay, well, we're going to need more than main character and secondary main character. Well, I already kind of established that they would be part of like an expedition, a research crew. So I sat down and asked myself, day before yesterday, on the 1st, I sat down and I went, okay, who else would I want in this research crew? Do I want a big crew? Do I want a little crew? And it's like, well, I mostly want a little crew. I want there to be enough people that there can be conversations, different things to happen. But this is mostly a scientific and educational crew. The way I think of it is like this crew, this whole group here, is kind of like if you think back to like turn of last century, where like British explorers would like go down into the African jungles or off to Egypt and try to find ruins or indigenous people that had never been met and that kind of stuff. I want it to be a small, mid-sized group going out and legit doing exploration. So I was like, okay, well, if I'm trying to make a decent crew but not a huge crew, so like I have a captain, first officer, doctor, medical assistant, uh, 2 chefs, a weapons and security officer, an engineer, and then I have the main character and several others that I haven't filled them out as well because I haven't decided what all they're going to do through most of the story, but they're there. And they're all different researchers because if you're going out, because the original plan for the research crew was a specific is that they were heading to a planet, but along the way they run into this derelict ship that doesn't match any species or any description they have ever found before. So they board it and they try to solve some of the mysteries of it. And then pretty early on, pirates and scavengers show up and they're like, "Hey, this is a giant, expensive looking relic of a ship. We're gonna kill you and take it." And that's where a big chunk of it starts to pile in. So I wanted there to be some crew. Well, then building the crew led to do I want all these characters to be human? And then that led me to what I've done tonight, which is building out 12 different fantasy races into different aliens to bring on as to give flavor to the universe. That they're all just not basic human. Yes, it could be interesting. Yes, it could be done with all of them being human. But it kind of makes sense if we're already far enough in space that we're going out to distant fringes and we're finding other planets. It makes sense we probably run into someone else by this point. So mostly, yeah. So it kind of turned into what kind of races would I want? And I really like the idea of, like, if you take a look at the page, you'll see, there's goblins, there's elves, there's dwarves, although it's a little different take on dwarves. I really hit on the idea that I thought would be fun of, okay, it's all these like old races that were in myth, like minotaurs and dwarves and elves, that we used to think were either myth or fantasy. Turns out they were actually real, and they're the aliens. I mean, we're the aliens to them, but Yeah, take that something that exists, like standard-ish fantasy races, tweak it, do something different, something interesting, and make it unique and your own as a result of that. That's the kind of stuff I love to do. Find some kind of weird hook to grab people with. So So at this point, now it's like, well, now I have 12 races. How do they cooperate or not cooperate? And that's kind of what I'm working on now, of like some of the races are more aggressive, some are more pacifist, some are kind of neutral. And I really don't want to have it like, we have this. I really don't like the idea of we have this united, peaceable government, space United Nations or Federation or whatever. I don't, partially because I don't see that being a thing very easily. Yeah, a federation or whatever. To me, that doesn't make a lot of sense for most races, because most races, yes, there's going to be some exploration, some outside their own systems and all, but the way that I kind of picture it is kind of like Earth is now, in that each race and their home world and home system for most of them is kind of their territory. It's their backyard. Our rules apply. Don't come in and fuck with our stuff. Actually, that probably, going back to kind of the thought I had earlier, age of exploration type stuff. Everyone's kind of spreading out, starting to bump into each other, figuring out who lives where, what each other's rules are, and how well they're going to cooperate or not cooperate. So, like, that's what I'm starting to work on now, is like, oops, need to go up here, is like, I don't have, like, there is no unified government. Most planets probably rule themselves or are part of a species territory. One of the other things that I know I was thinking of is that like economic trade between the races is fairly common. Tie that in over there. Likewise, like that's one of the kind of the whole points of the expedition here is I'm probably about to derp this a bit. Would you call this science fantasy or sci-fi? Yeah, no. Ideally, I'm making it sci-fi. It's got some fantasy elements, like the fact that it's got what most people would consider fantasy or high fantasy races. But they're going to be my take on those races. It's not just going to be, here's an orc, it's an orc. It's going to have some tweaks to it along the way. What's the trying to think what's the TV tropes page? Our elves are different. Not like 40K. Orc no paint elf orc no paint fire on truck to go faster. Or what is it? What is it? The orcs that paint themselves purple because it makes them invisible? Because purple's not a real color. So it's Warhammer 40K. There's I have friend. Yeah, it's what Blue said. The orcs in 40K, because of the way that they're written, like none of their stuff should actually work, but it does, literally because they believe it should work, so it works. So like there's a group of like stealth orcs, and they'll paint themselves purple because they don't believe purple's a real color, so if they're purple, they're invisible. Or if you paint your spaceship a certain color, it'll go faster because that color is faster. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Like, if you ever want to go down a rabbit hole of insane lore that they've had to figure out how to make work for like 50 years, go read Warhammer 40K lore because it is insanity. The only reason I know most of a good chunk of random 40k lore is because I have a couple of friends over the years that have been into it, and so I've learned some stuff that way. Anyway, I mean, Warhammer 40k is pretty big, but in terms of like it has lots of lore and lots of other bits and pieces kind of thrown all over. But the single thing that you kind of have to keep in your mind is that it is literally the entire basic thought of Warhammer 40k is taking Warhammer, which is a D&D style Tolkien era grade fantasy world, adding a bunch of zeros to it, ergo the 40k, 40,000, because now it's all in space. And then from there it became, how do we justify half of this stuff? Tolkien in space and everyone is kind of insane. That's kind of the easiest way to explain it. All right, so I want to have. Okay. Literally one of the because there's like I want to say like 8 or 12 major races. One of the races' gods, like their main deity, is literally the god of insanity. Like, literally, like that entire race is basically crazy. Or a good chunk of the humans are basically at this point like super imperialistic, genetically created super soldiers that all believe that their emperor human is an actual god, even though he's basically only kept alive by life support machines at this point, and they are just like raging fanatics. I think it's the elves, isn't it? Like, isn't I want to say Blue? You may know this if you're still here. Isn't it like the Warhammer 40k elves that are like the ones that like worship the chaos goddess or whatever it is? Or am I getting everything mixed up here? And oh boy, I cannot type tonight. Independent. All right, I had an amazing brain fart here, and I have to do this now. Putting the universe in university. Like that's got to be like a slogan somewhere. That didn't work. Here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna admit to this. Like, you see my cursor, but you only see my cursor when I'm actually in my planning program. But sometimes I glance over at OBS and I see the captured cursor over there, and I think that's my real cursor. And then I start moving around, and then I'm suddenly not on the right screen anymore. Hooray, tracking! Ugh. Well, thank you for the follow, Carol. Like I said earlier, I'll be going at this 5 nights a week. I'll be doing every night but Friday night and Sunday night. At least through July. After July, I've got a couple of different things planned. Um, going to be playing through some story games. I'm probably going to start going through some of the Yakuza titles and maybe some other stuff as kind of something to do and fill in time. And then come November, it'll be the noveling, which I'll probably follow the same timetable as I am for the planning phase. I'll probably mostly do that most nights except for Friday and Sunday because those evenings I have other commitments. Just because I have a firm belief that this would be very much a thing that would happen. Corporations. Won't somebody think of the businesses? But because of basically the top two in here, connect, darn it. There we go. You want to stay, but you're so tired. Well, don't feel too bad. I'll probably be shutting down in a little bit. Probably another 5, 10, well, probably another 10 minutes or so for the night myself. It's 1 a.m. East Coast. But yeah, I'm in Central Time, so I'm doing basically 8 to midnight is the time slot I'm aiming for. Might wiggle up or down a little bit as depending on the day, but that's kind of my goal stretch to aim to hit. Oh, good. Definitely having a target to aim for, I think, helps a lot. That's one of the reasons I'm streaming all my work is because that. I mean, like, yes, if you're reading all the notes as I'm writing or as I'm talking about them, you're going to be spoiled for some large chunks of the book. But streaming it, one, I get to hang out, I get to have conversation and feedback, and that helps my hyperactive brain. And two, it keeps me honest. It means I can't just say, "Oh yeah, I totally did this for 3 or 4 hours today," because people are watching. There's a video record. You can't bullshit it. You know, it's like either you put in the effort or you didn't. So I just thought this would be a fun way to kind of hold myself accountable while I'm working on things. So what kind of story are you trying? Actually, because you hadn't really mentioned it. What kind of story have you been trying to put together for Nano? Like you've heard quite a bit about mine at this point. What you doing? Working on a arc in the second book of a paranormal duology. Ooh. It's the second time writing the second book in the second half of the month of the second decade. So, what kind of paranormal? I like paranormal stuff. I think paranormal and sci-fi are both pretty awesome. Is it like ghost paranormal? Is it like sparkly vampires and buff werewolf paranormal? Is it mind warping Cthulhu paranormal? What kind? Oh. So the first book's light novel title was I'm a monster hunter, but my boyfriend is a monster, and the end of the universe is approaching. No. I mean, okay. One, I think light novel titles are just funny. I still don't have a remote. Ah. Okay, but for the cover of the second book, will it be human? Will it actually say like inhuman, but the in part is like super scratched out so that it just says human? That'd be a cool way to do the cover. Plus, that lets you reuse the cover. You could reuse the Inhuman cover, color shift it so that it's a different color, and then like scratch out the in like with like claw marks or something, and just be like human. Human shed skin. Ooh. See, now I'm thinking snakes. Snakes are creepy. I'd have to see that for the visual trick to make a little more sense. Like I get an idea what you're shooting for, but not completely certain. Oh. But I also literally I can't do like magic eye or any of that, so that might also kind of be playing with my ability to picture it. Okay. Book series you've ever finished. Hey, that's a big goal. That is a big goal to sit there and look at. You can actually sit back and go, I did this. I wrote a book. Yeah, this is like I said a little earlier, I've been really bad at ever finishing a story, but like I have so many worlds and characters and different pieces that have just popped up in my head and occupy little corners of my mind, and I've talked about them with different people, and several people have said, "You've got some really fun ideas. You should sit down and turn it into something." And this one is one that kind of popped in my head and I've been fiddling with off and on uh, for in the back of my head for like 2 years. And a friend of mine recommended that this one should be like, I think that one would make a great 1 or 2 book series. You should do it. And I finally convinced myself a couple weeks ago. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. And then I realized Camp Nano was coming up, and then Nano in November, and I was like, you know what? I can set it up so that I do Camp Nano as my way of getting everything ready, and actual Nano as writing the book, or at least attempting to write the book. But anyway, you said you wanted to get to bed. It's actually at 4 hours now for the stream, and I do have a few other things I want to take care of before I get ready for bed. So I think we're at a good stop spot for the night. I'll figure out. Like I said, I won't be around tomorrow. I might come visit you, see what you're up to tomorrow in the evening for a while. But I'll be back on Monday. I'll be back Monday evening. So have a good night, everybody. See you on Monday.